almost shifting. We got pizza, moving boxes, or else Checkers beats us. Life is rough here in the depths of space. If shit set comes a-knocking, we shoot them in the face. Gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo. Hail Cargonia, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo. All right, I got another verse. I hear a boy coming right in my instant, and it just asks me why I blew them all away. But I feel so great now with sovereign Cargonia. Every round we stand our ground. Gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo. Hail Cargonia, gun cargo. Gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo. Hail Cargonia, gun cargo, gun cargo. Gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo.
Get back to work. That's right!
Aha, there we go. Everything is back up and running. How are you all doing? Doing well? I love that that's a thing I can do. Alrighty. So, we've discovered quite a lot of shenanigans. So I need to kind of remind myself the shit that we were doing. Records. Ah, yes. Okay. Company records. Okay, so 6 pieces. Prodigy. From New Orleans and her husband Stuart Clementine. Mary Beth Clementine. Okay. Nope. Okay. Sometime you managed to find Stuart Clement, one of the emergency seems to be a police officer. He has no web presence. Okay. Cool. Stuart and Mark, okay. Okay, so periodicals. Religious hymns. Okay. Hello, Kai. How we doing? New Edison sued by Edison. By the time magazine lawsuit was settled out of court and decided to shut down, the owner, Sterling Edison, said he'd like to create a new record company. Sterling Records, Alright, Rugged Old Cross, and outside claims that the police had to be called to New Edison after its owners got into physical altercation with the public, leading to a divorce. No cited sources, senior stories about Old Hollywood, and I'll add them to my page. Versus Edsel. Edison Records, one of the first record companies named after Thomas Edison. History of the company seems very unimportant, except for Edison Records versus Edsel. Website about lawsuits mentions this fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, this was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try and make the case. Okay. That's big news. Record producer called himself Edison, was actually not named Edison. So his name is not Edison. It is Edsel. And I don't know. So I need 1, 2, 3. I need to find one more identity to lock this in. Oh, evidence. wasn't it? Mark. Mark. Mark Clementine. Let's go searching. Actually, periodicals, modern. The Rugged Old Cross. Okay, then if I periodicals. Ah ha 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 ha! I feel clever. Mary Beth Quaker. It listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker. Ehehehe. Clever. Booyah. Okay, that feels good. That feels so very good. Crocodile Clementine is listed on the website as titled The Infamy List, massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, like a lot of crimes coming from there, or Australia. Crocodile Clementine. Infamy list. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. His pretty big entry seems like a real piece of work. There's a small note about him being the basket baby of 50. But most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in '95 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong plane. In '82, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in LA. He was apparently quite successful the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph. We have added a periodical. Is credited with having given him his nickname. His mugshot from the incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in '94 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. The incident received national press. Okay, that's fun. Yeah, that's a man. That's a man who would smuggle crocodiles in Portland, Oregon. That is the mugshot of a man who would smuggle crocodiles. Anyway, let's, Billy Sims. Okay. Periodicals. I kind of want to do this. Mark Tyne. Alrighty, Portland. Portland Telegraph was the one who provided the name of Crocodile Clementine. And his details about the crocodile's first major arrest. He was flying between LA, Juarez, and Vancouver. In a small plane, flights were low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the leg and had to call Mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell them he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in his cockpit, but his story seemed odd, and the controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting, and he was promptly arrested. Alright. Spider search. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone. Sandstone Canyon High School. Come on. That is 15 minutes of fame when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, from Trustworthy to tabloids, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured their attention, however. It said it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in the now famous audio clip from someone who recorded the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Anyway. In San Diego, not much. A lot of articles about the Billy Sims incident. Okay, is this just a... Okay. This is an NPC in my next Modern Era campaign. Few sites about true stories focused upon religion mentioned in 1950. A gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption. And someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to sites, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news in many circles, he became known as the Basket Baby. and he even went on tour with her as he grew up. I know, right? None of the websites state who the woman or baby were. Likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Okay, so that just brings me back here. Billy Sims will fuck your shit up. I mean, he's not necessarily a pilot, but that's just like the only thing I have left on him, you know? Let me see. American school terms. Alright. I believe the duck wants me to go to, Lauren. Yeah. Alright, duck. In the wake of the Six Pieces release, Lauren Roottree, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. Oh no. That is the picture of a guy who knows exactly how much Sudafed you can buy from the store each day. There was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark on a bench outside the pond. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, okay, I see. There's new diaries that it wants me to find. Okay. Duck, what was it? A Life Between Wars. Okay, so I have to do that. With a focus on potential affairs in her immediate family, you've added it to your evidence. Okay. Entry titled Cruelty from her diary in 63 focuses on relationship between her mother and father. Between Sarah and Clancy Edward. While it offered only redundant information during your previous investigation, mentions the subject of affairs may be more useful this time around. I'm no stranger to love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deemed unfit for marriage. But he was also enlisted at an age that most deemed unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am to remain true to the ghost of a man, with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch? Someone you can joke with. I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, pop status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family sayings. Blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Elias, please remember Tham. Elias, please remember Sam. Not even her family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. I can say without a doubt that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. Jesus Christ, this family is great to each other. Oh, because Miracle only has one eye. What was that? Where did it go? Revisiting the diary. Okay, so this hasn't been updated. Lovely, okay. Okay. Fuck. Okay, yeah, Chris. I guess that would be a rather interesting thing to go see. I'm just trying to figure out what the information here is. I mean, I know that like this is referring to Sam, who has famously been a little bit of a bastard child. Here, what they're calling Elias stupid. God only put one I in miracle. That's just mean. That's just mean. Elias and Gwyneth were never really celebrities, but the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated with the company lived in somewhat high regard. Elias' intention as a family man with his family brand, Sing Six Pieces Candy Company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as an historical brand-connected figure. Also been those who have argued that it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance, and he did nothing wrong. This has led to some heated television exchanges and countless op-eds. The first Anderson Maple Farm only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. However, since the explosion of Os Even's business, as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Amongst the conflict, the farm has since shut down, seemingly indefinitely. The website says check back later, but no date listed. The quotes from Bess Williams' book appear to have been taken down. Yeah. And Butler. Nope. Okay. Chris. How did I misspell it that bad? Oh, his email. Ha ha ha. Okay. That was Roottree curse. During your initial search, you come across a conspiracy about the Rootrees. 8 months later, page still exists, still thriving. Counter has reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. Seems that the recent uprising in Rootree news has left Thomas over with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. One of his theories, Rootree's deaths being faked. According to Overwatch, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with the post mentioning that he's begun believing the guy's not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened, and all of this is beginning to make too much sense. One of the post's details belief that Ron Roottree is still in charge, Gwen's Roottree's death was fake, and that Clark was only there to throw people off. Apparently this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop a new candy recipe in secret. Another article about 5 Pez. Can't possibly be a Roottree. One of his first album song, while he was performing Under the Devil, name actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with, not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, author of 6 Pieces isn't real, is an anagram for Am Madness. I mean, it is. They're purposefully leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Rootree's book as a one-time pad, he began to decrypt the cipher. Most of the cipher seems to be meaningless, but he picked up the words people and vastness and is working out to figure out what it means. There's also a request at the bottom. Next year is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Rootrees red-handed. Mentions not to volunteer if you're ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. there we go. His Prodigy site is gone. People keep asking him questions. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back to Virginia. We live there with Pete, my stepdad. Pete. Dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and he now calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I only get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Have you ever met them? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5, and in the office with my dad and Guy was there. I made myself sick eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories came from that picture or not. The photo has been added to evidence. I knew Ernie. How did you know of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottree Curse website, and he emailed me some old stuff, including proof, but even the proof, the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good with spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Aww, that's so cute. Alright, you smug little piece of shit. Okay, that flower tattoo is going to be important. You smug bastard. This leads me to think that he's also a potential cheater. No, he's not. Hello, Duck. What do you got for me? Okay, yeah, family man. Chris did not know who the woman was. Hello, Quack. Oh, that was oddly appropriate. Has been very poorly received. Very few copies. But it was recently republished by the same company. Capitalize on Okay. Okay, this book, Bess Williams. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics. Also mentions Bess. Born in the 1800s, lived just outside of Miami, died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area. As a minor history of the Roottrees, her only notable book is Family on blatant propaganda about Elias. It had all been forgotten until recently when it was re-released with Roottreemania. A site dedicated to hurricane statistics also mentions Bess. The Bocadoral, a library not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. Library expanded in 50, then closed in 63 when multiple larger libraries opened surrounding made it redundant. Miami Print Museum, library no longer. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website, library in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for Miami Print Museum, you come across their websites, states their houses, their hours and list of exhibits. The building is small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of their exhibits in the courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. Picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday and now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans. Search Miami Mercury Sunday. Oh, come on. Out of print. At second glance, it still doesn't seem related to your investigation. It sits in the courtyard, and according to their site, it is of an unknown author. Ah. I still haven't searched for the book. Reprinting of an old propaganda book. It's a fun night. It's a fun night for you. I brought my guitar to work to do a bit of work on it, and the other manager took one look and said, "Oh, it's time for new strings." I asked how he could tell. He said, "They're discolored here." How am I supposed to see they're discolored? Because the color changes. I mean, he's not wrong. Alright, let's read about, really, I could smell they had oxidized. Dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. Also, I've got a hunger, and I have snacks, so... Crinkle Crunchy. If they had to replace that definition with a picture, it would be this picture of this book. It tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings for some of his family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. Reissue of the book was so lazy that they reissued the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright expired. Best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Was this really the fucking it? Business Watch expired. Okay. What the hell, Duck? That was useless. Don't tell me that. This duck. So are they... Alright. James and Robert. James is older. James and Robert. Oh! Okay, this is a leap of logic. Friday, right? very hippie. Remember when I said that this tattoo might be relevant? I wonder if father was a chef, mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. Antonelli's. Christine. Okay. Okay. How did I find all of this? Okay, so she's actively pregnant at this time. Evidence. Company records. I'm looking for a Christine Farrow. Let's call you a secretary. Chef. Ha ha ha. There we go. This is not right. Something's not right. Okay.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that.
Hello.
The family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together.
Yes, it did.
Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. They sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the test.
Yes, Christine Garland. Yeah, Christine Farrow, Christine Garland. Okay. Alright. Excuse me. Son of a bitch. Alright, Duck, what do you have to say? Alright, fine. I'll search for Clansed. Alright. Excuse me. Alrighty. Clansed Trust is Roottreee Company's unusual legal arrangement, and the motivation for most of the financial decisions. As a recap, the entire family earns inheritance directly from the profits of the candy company, as well as their sister clothing company, Root, with the period. This means that nearly every Roottreee can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. Historically, this has caused the family to be slow to prove any major expenditures that could significantly dig into profits. After the release of 6 Pieces by Sam, Clansed Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren, who should have been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie. Seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edwards, Roottree, at the direction of Elias, purposefully deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked. In an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it did not go well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under control of the third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of the Roottrie family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Roottries. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation while refusing to answer questions. Is the name of a law firm that has been hired by the Roottree Candy Company, head lawyer Ruby Spratt. Hell of a name there, buddy. Can't find much about the company before this year, though all of the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of 6 Pieces, revelation of the Eternal Law Group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. Ruby Legal has now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the company, including the Candy Company and Root. Recently in the news, high-profile lawsuit at Cicely Sanchez. Like her legal company is relatively elusive, the most complete source of information you find about her was a magazine from her time with the Roottrees is from a website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care, but excelled at school and earned a scholarship at Mid-Eastern University. There she graduated top of the legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer at a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases that she was a part of. One was a legal consult for class action against the manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. Blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Best known author for Portrait of a Changed Man. Follow-up, Foreign Gospel. Did not perform as well critically, but it sold quite respectably. She has written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first 2 are her claim to fame. According to Site About Authors, known for her nonfiction with a work on exploring the darkness of human psyche, recently appeared in a magazine called Pictree. There we go. With an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to. Issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Is a category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. Roottreemania magazine, this publication, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme, tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appear to a wider variety of audiences. and appears in many grocery stores and checkout lines. Unlike traditional tabloids, doesn't feature celebrities on the cover. Tends to latch on to and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears popular at any given time. In recent years, Beanie Babies, Magic Eye images, even Red Bull. It has come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Picture surrounded by staying in every issue. All of its articles are all the hearsay that's fit to print. At one point, Picture ran an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. Article was not even the main focus of the issue. That the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottreee company. That particular issue, the Big Sass Sea Bass, was pulled from shelves. It is now a collector's item, especially among conspiracy theories attempting to figure out what the Roottree company is hiding. You find a recent online bid that listed a copy of over $1,000, though nobody bid. Talking fish system. Appeared on the cover of the magazine. Okay. Periodicals. In an issue that focused on talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly says when its batteries ran low, Picture has an article about a canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. Book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of these pictures, the issue was pulled from source shelves, making it a subject to conspiracies. And it's a collector's item due to recall. Version found in these archives is incomplete. Book's description has this to say: what if everything you stand for, everything down to everything you know to be true today could disappear in all your politics, relationships, gone on a blink of an eye? Would you still be you? Tells the person man who woke up being saved from drowning in his backyard. Became an entirely different person. Include our interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on chat. It's an entirely different picture. You wouldn't put it down without wondering, what if that were me? This man of the Catholic Church claims he was sold by God to travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people, returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. The book tells his version of the story, but the author also traveled to investigate the claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. Oh God, this is peak tabloid. This was the issue of the Picture that contained, names that use photos of guys that Cicely did not know the rights to. Unfortunately, magazine was issued. Magazine pulled from shelves. You find your periodic search has relevant pages rendered useless. Well, that's helpful. Holy shit. Okay, Guys Not Dead conspiracy test from a website focused on clues that Roottree have supposedly hid all over the place. Includes candy wrappers, print advertisements, television, their jingles. According to the website, Guy was a terrible president and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company instantly back in the favor, so they killed off Guy and replaced him with the new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized he was simply Guy in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. People who run the site are asking for help. They're certain there's a clue for all of this, and that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Picture. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview of Sally, and some photos. You've added them. Oh, lovely. Okay. Hello, lady. From this photo is from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez in Picture. The issue of Picture magazine that it came with was pulled from the shelves. It does not label. Both the photos were instead unshared. Cicely was provided with these photos by the Roottree company for use in her book. Wow, Guy is an asshole. Photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely in Picture. Does not label. Cicely was provided. There is a Christmas tree. Buddy, I hope you know that he's banging your wife. Cicely Sanchez. All right. Interview with Cicely, author. She was hired to write about Guy. Claimed to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottree's Guy. He was the president for a short period in the 70s, right? I met him on New Year's Eve, actually. The last night of 78. Guy liked to throw these big parties. I was coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party, and they cornered me to talk about a book. It was my first time anyone recognized me for my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop, chop, snip, snip. Anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree. The second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That's that was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers, really. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottree was boring as hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottreemania Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. Remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias' legacies was the 5-piece flavors. So that's what Guy tried to do. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas in Christmas 79, he went to Brazil for the Brazil factory. Was hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anyone else in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time. The Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. Okay, so we need to look around 79 in Christmas time. He was president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? It's a guess. His family was very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-81, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big, shiny embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was in his attempt to win me back. But at half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits, no thanks. The dinner was good, imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage, as well, and he got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remembered her from our trip overseas. She was too good for him. Anyway, he died soon after, and that was the last that ever came up. He can tell us about the family. Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the section on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me back to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join him when he was dealing with Roottreemania Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met someone, I'd figure out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly if the meeting happened when he didn't want me around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things the family never even knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin, spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about. But I did. Madsen got things wrong. Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them. Like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial agreement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out to you so you can get it writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had been there too. This is a confusing sentence to parse. Wasn't interested in her and Guy. Found out if I had said yes, whether or not I'd actually been there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage, and at the same time could bed any woman that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Oh, okay. Susie. What do you got, Doc? There's a secretary, and due to the timing of his retirement, okay. You have a foreign branch. Oh, yeah, Roottree, Brazil. Okay. I do kind of just want to... tidy things up. Okay, I think I'm done with 5-piece. I think I have completed Antonelli's. I need to find information on the frickin' kids. Looking for a robin. That's what I was looking for. I do just kind of want to look this up really quick. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from Rootree's offices in Butler. It's part of Pennsylvania. Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to odd transcription issue. In 90, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by government officials. Cantor by the principal was fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. She has been working at school for over 15 years. Bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she is responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Oh. Miss Ford. Translator. Suzanne Ford. Oh, okay. You sneaky bitch. That is cool. So periodicals. Endless list of snow cancellations. And the avalanche you find seriously miraculous discovered one use is the center of crime. Someone to face the school and vehicles outside the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one teacher describes the paint with profanities and accused of infidelity. A few weeks though, there was Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, instruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Miss Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the report, the report's trials and restraining orders, Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed to not press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for damages, and a couple began divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances. Okay, so, interesting. So one of these two is Susan Ford, and the other is Thomas Hughes. Because they split up. do you have to say? I don't know. I really do need to organize my notes. Roottree, Brazil. It's deployed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative beginning in '79. Unlike some of the other Roottree Everywheres, Brazil seems to have been a success. Do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information. It's the only region where caviar-flavored 5 pieces were a hit, primarily Raisin's factory still exists today with solely to create that flavor, with which comes with its own standalone 5 pieces bags in Portuguese writing. Small town named that near São Bernardo do Campo became the location chosen by Roottreee Candy Company after the newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning the factory and petitioned them. The factory was controversial. Locals did not want it there. Rootree's visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. First was the Incendio do Boro. Second was an unsuccessful strike in '95. Was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Coffee Brazil, which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation Company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it. Rootree's now run it entirely. Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. Focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems that up until '88, Brazil was run by the military. Politics during that time were hotbed of corruption and nepotism. A few politicians, including Edson, the former mayor of that place before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant in a major American car company. He was put in charge of blah by the military government. This mayor used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. First became quite rich, so many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him popular. In the paper, it was a move to counteract his popularity. His wife, Sonia, was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerdre. He often used his connections with supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until '88 when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. He entered this election long as quickly left town behind. It's not known where he was gone, but the station even speculates he was likely fled to stay alive. Those returnless news anchor in Brazil named Flavio. There was a mother named Sonia. Ah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. This is that's that is the same tattoo That is the same tattoo. It's in a slightly different spot, but I can put that up to art being different. Okay, so how did I come to this? Because this is taken around Christmas time. He visited Brazil around Christmas time. This is me being vaguely ethnic, but these two do not look American. In fact, they look rather South American. This is skin color, hair color, eye color. I suspect this is Fuck His Nuts, and this is Sonia. And so, therefore, we have a translator in the background. We have this lady. That tattoo is the connection between the other person. So, what my thought was, is this is Susan Ford, because she is one of the only remaining affair partners that has 2 photos. Her husband does not have, or ex-husband does not have a photo. And here we have a photo for a spouse and a potential child. I don't know her children, but oh wow, this was a treasure trove. You are Sonia. Soar. Your last name is not Suarez because you are... That's your married name. You are a... You have to do with TVs. News anchor. Edson. Suarez. Get cocked, you fucker. Flavio. Spider search. Flavio is a young Brazilian newspaper, a bit of a cult following. Surrounding him, political terms lewd. Website around. There's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. Seems like women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales and learn the common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There's also a few more traditional fan sites listed something about his age, 18, his zodiac sign Libra, his favorite food grilled steak, and his mother's name Sonia. Also, it seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website has a signed publicity photo to confirm this photo has been added to your evidence. British supermodel does ads for perfume, clothing and jewelry. She has been subject to having protested by PETA for wearing fur dating a young Brazilian news anchor, which has brought both into the limelight. You do not have golden hair. But so I have 1, I have 2, I have 3. I just need 1 more. And I need to find your last name. Guys, mistresses. Sonia Suarez from Brazil. His wife was put in charge of a television station called Teledre. Former televisions, it became into being about who ran it and when. We'll figure that out. All right, Duck. Stupid fricking periodicals. God damn it. Ashley York. Search periodicals. Teen Blast. Cover of Teen Blast wearing a fur shawl 3 months ago. This appearance doesn't lead to any appearance in Teen Blast remembers how they met. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw, and I told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called Transmute Sao Paulo. Massive media group, owned and run by a mysterious woman, Sonia Alves. So she has shortened her name to Nina. According to a history page that's focused on her company and vague search for Nina, received significant inheritance in the 80s, invested in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she had begun the ins and outs of running a television network. Continued to work in television in 88 when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company, using her investments and connections. Now she owns television networks. Okay, so she's a CEO. After doing some translating, Paige lists her unmarried. This does not go into other relationship history. Searching for Nina, you learn she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear. She sends a proxy. I assume she went back to her unmarried name, her maiden name. Media mogul. Ha ha ha. Alright. We are starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel. I have no idea what's going on now. Alright, Chuck. Okay. Thank you. Wow. Oh, the crumbs. I'm going on a water break. Water acquired. Ah, all right. I am fairly... I want to search for this really quick. Okay. I am fairly certain I am all done with Roottree Brazil. Oh, no. Wrong. Edit. Need to find kids. Seriously though, like, look at how fucking smug these two are. And look at how fucking oblivious this guy is. Like, I can't even, like, does this guy even know? Does he even know what's going on? Does he even know what's going on behind the Christmas tree and why it's rocking? Imagine Roottree, France. Roottree, France. I didn't even notice this. Look at her pants. Those are mom pants. Anyway, I need to make a new point. Roottreemania everywhere. It was an expansion in the late 70s, coincided with some major changes and it mixed results. As far as you can tell, different companies related to it were all formed and very different, sometimes haphazard. There's minimal organized information of the history of the expansion online itself, but you can glean the following. Roottree has been distributed globally in certain markets, approved by Elias in early 40s, included places like Canada, Mexico, select European countries, mostly UK. Roottree Everywhere involves expansion to other major markets that were assessed as to be ready for Roottree. Stated for it had no share in Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the companies, an entirely new company founded mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. Roottree Aus. Roottree Brazil, which I am not going to. China Roottree. Roottree France. Oh, before we even go anywhere, I know who this last person is. Robin. Anyway. So. Robin, someone. Oh, wrong. What's her name? So, do you mind telling me whose brain I did put in? Abby, someone. Ah! Abby, someone. Abby who? Abby normal. Are you telling me I put an abnormal brain Jesus Christ. I know this quote. Are you telling me that I put an abnormal brain in a 7.5 foot long, 54-inch wide gorilla? Alright. We're going to get some really good information right here. One of the companies founded and manufactured Roottree is developed as part of the Roottree everywhere in summer. According to the website for Australia, it's Charles Martin, who owned the company and manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the factory after he impressed the American leadership. Roottreeos did have some success, but only in certain regions. Manufacturing like the company shuttered after the death, now serves as an importer and distributor. Charles Martin. Was a candy manufacturer. Popular brand Licorice Bullets. Most of his history is unrelated, however, he has developed Roottreeos, used his own wealth to build a new factory. They distributed maple treats, do the same methods. Website from Australian Commerce mentions that he had very unusual business agreement with the main Roottree company in the U.S., much like how the Clans of Trust distribute profits from the Roottree company. Profits from the would be split 50-50 with the American Roottree company and Martin himself, for him to do with what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of his life. Roottree candy gained a poor reputation in Australia. Sales suffered immensely. Charles' fortune passed to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold the business at first opportunity. Featured in the top is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world list. On a private island off the coast of Australia, where she has been reportedly used as her exclusive retreat. I am grading homework, yes. She has no husband, and there was widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure that she would never have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's pregnant, and punchline involving Robin eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seems to have leaned into rumors in the 80s. She once showed up to a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply said "Satisfied Partner" on it. I don't even know what you would call her. Apparently, Robin sold off her assets the year after he died, with combined interference in the capital. So unimaginable. Writer of Business Watch, who was assigned to report in the news, seems to have disapproved this move immensely. While the article does touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division, as well as came to own the maple factory, entire text seems to be dripping with contempt as someone who is willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick buck. Article ends with a dig at personal life and a lack of church values, but who am I to judge? Maybe she sold it to ensure a better future for her own children. Oh, wait. Wait, okay, so, wait a minute. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so she... I don't think that she can, I don't think that she's the last person. As one of the companies created and manufactured candy, Roottreee everywhere, late 70s, beginning of the period of economic reform, a new opportunity for candy company, decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, who was said to personally win over the Roottree family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients, build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China, so instead made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottree candy and label it not only China, but for additional markets. Now, Ekaloya, this is a game called The Roottrees Are Dead, which is along the same kind of lines as what is it? The Return of the Obra Dinn, where we are trying to piece together identities and, in this case, relationships and jobs rather than causes of death. I very much enjoy it, and it's very 1990s coded. We're using basically dial-up internet to try and search for it. I encourage you, if you find this interesting, please play it for yourself. I'm not going to spoil most of the beginning of the game because this is technically part 2. But the main tree, I'm sure you can figure out yourself. Yeah, the same people who did Obra Dinn are the people who did Papers, Please. Oh, you got commercialed. What was the last thing you saw there, Echo? But yeah, no, if you like this game, please don't spoil it for yourself. This is a great game. Langshi Textile Company. Yeah, very accomplished and recite quotes from many different reporters and news articles. Nearly every language is also mentioned on websites about Chinese business. And the company are focused and not people focused. The very leadership timeline. Prove the company has been in the Lang family for a long time. Looks like a family tree. Goes back at least. What was the last thing you heard me say, Echo? Goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period when they began the Roottree deal, Lang in China family comes first, so Lang is his last name. CEO, he died before the internet was arrested. If you like this type of game, okay, yeah. If you like this type of game, like the cerebral, investigative, putting puzzle pieces together, check out Curse of Obra Dinn. Check this game out. This is stupid fun. I highly recommend it. I encourage you, if you want to play it, don't continue watching and don't spoil yourself, because the investigation is most of the fun. Anyway, so Lang is his last name. No, it's interesting. Like it's putting it's putting puzzle pieces together. It's really fun. He died before the internet was widespread, so there is not much out there other than his name on the website. His younger brother, Lang Hongyu, is featured in the history section directly following. Seems to be the only mention of the man current CEO's listed woman named Xin Yu. Site does not list her last name, which appears below Hongbo. Langtai has a few American logos on his page. One is Roottree logo, the other is Tranquilus, third is Piece of Asia. Ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt, flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols around it. The American arm located in Pittsburgh. Their site tie is Lang Tai translates peaceful. So the company fabrics wholesale, said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Hahn. Jinyao. Oh! Ho 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 ho. Oh ho 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 ho. I found something. Anyway, Lang. Spider search. Nope. Okay. Lang Jinyu. Ha 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 ha. Is currently running the Lang Tai Textile Company. He was recently article on a website written by and for women, article entitled "Empowered" about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. Quick version of what's going on. I am a genealogist or investigative genealogist who is who pieced together a family tree of a famous candy company family. And investigating all of the relationships, finding all of the pictures, who's who, and figuring out who the secret person was. And now in part 2, there has been lots of infidelity. Guy Hudson here is a notorious philanderer. Elias Roottree has a Elias Roottree, the founder of the company, who is reportedly very much a family man who disowned his own son and cheated on his wife, is definitely the model of the model patriarch of this family. Miracle Roottree right here is the family preacher who is definitely going around and preaching and telling everyone how to lead their lives according to God's will, if you just pay him money. And then over here, this is just additions. She was very pregnant in the last game and had a AI potato baby. And then Guy over here is an asshole. Oh yeah, Miracle had an affair with a singer, and definitely had a kid. Anyway, hello. From Lang Xinyu, from a recent article about the growth of female, runs a business, textile factory, some manufactured packaging for American products. Anyway, took over due to a lack of brothers. He has a younger sister. Lang Xinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in '92 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees. Some of them, articles don't say how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. She is since then, the company is performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has a twist on the popular proverb. Article translates as someone has proven they can do something well, can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. There is an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says that it's been from '92 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. It's added to your evidence. Okay. Jerry and Linda Hahn. Who the hell is Mark Hahn? Appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy. Under the highlight, Hanging with the Hans. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to further the cause of Chinese American culture. Jerry and Linda were born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large textile company. Never names it. Linda is Lang Xinyao, who is the sister. After it expanded in the U.S., Linda's father approved of their marriage so long as Jerry took over the U.S. portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is something out of an Alanis Morissette song, with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are complete opposite, though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China right now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, has the opposite. She couldn't wait to get there. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out there as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. Hello, Karethwind. Hello, hello. What do you say? Yeah, okay, fine. Lucy. Not exactly a common name, but it's not the most uncommon you've come across either. Few that come up possible details, so as mentioned, Bodies was a part of Team Talon Claw. Team Talon Claw is one of the only 2 teams in the U.S. participating in the robot base. Small women's acapella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. And they're business for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. He couldn't wait to get out here. He couldn't wait to get here. Started calling herself Lucy Lang. Flew out here as soon as she graduated. Mid-Eastern University, there. Robot. Robot fighting. Gin and Tonics. So there's a soprano. Doesn't seem a soloist on Lyco the Wind. Obscure Irish band U2. Lead Synergy Engineer. That other companies hire as consultants to increase the services they provide. Lucy's biometrics grew up in a small Arkansas town, oldest of 4 children. the second her family had ever left the state. Mid-Eastern. That has been mentioned before. Midway between Maine and Miami. As Spectres, though they're not known for their sports programs as much as their education, their legal and language departments are their pride and joy, and they also have fairly extensive computer science robotic programs. Among other prestigious schools, haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools, for Little Ivy. College has embraced this calling newspaper the Herald. It's a combination of hetera, significant name for Ivy, and Herald. The website boasts that they have a historical technology museum, still functioning computer from the 60s that takes up a full room. It's a printing press used to print one special year-end issue of the Herald each year. Search after Richard discovers the name was come. Periodicals. Lucy Lang. School's robotics team, Team Talon Claw, lists 3 students members talking about either history, including their interest in robotics. One of their kids is Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Ming Lang. Came to the U.S. specifically to attend university. She says she grew up around factory-scale machines and assembled products that would ship all over the world, and the moving parts and automation fascinated her. However, she has progressed through her major and become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics as the mechanisms on Talon Claw's weapon. In addition to robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best is Southern Belle, but her favorite is Valley Girl due to its popular culture. Article has a picture now in evidence. Oh man, that's a good robot. That's a good robot. Min Lang. Okay. So, IVF. So she is technically the mother. Mostly because I don't have another picture of. Also, what better way to cover up an infidelity pregnancy than by saying, "Hello, sister. Cover this up for me. I helped you with IVF." Okay. Fun. News Time did a small piece about the fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from different perspectives. Their goal was to paint a picture of two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife, Carla, as well as multiple staff members, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. According with the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in '75 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter. And she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. He moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the Army. She raised them both by herself, although she never went through the process of changing their names legally. Although she never went through the process, through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the web name so no one would connect them. What's up, Duck? Really? It's kind of sleazy. They're not afraid to publish a few details. You look up Billy Sims. Looks like they did report on it. You gained a few, but might not be useful. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a cocktail tested from companies. Bail was posted by Testario. Interviewed students, found out that his daughter, Mary, so this was his youngest daughter. Fuegos Fiesta, local Mexican, held a competition that offers free meals for life to anyone who legally changed their name to Testario. According to a few sources, Testario Jacobson Tostarito used to be named Lucinda. Okay. 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 Free meals for life to anyone who legally changed their name to Tosarito. So, Lucinda. Okay. Okay, okay. Where do I go with this? Yeah, that's what I just did, you piece of shit. Mary Webb and Travis Webb on the web. Apparently, personal travel diary also doubles as an advertisement for a travel agency. Oh, okay. I forget that not everything is happening contemporary. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises, almost all of them namely niche audiences. Seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations. Aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. It also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. Diary entries talks about trips she's taken and uses the opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself. Ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day the photo was taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego, and a professional photographer she knows. The photo is added to your evidence. Mary Webb from her agency Webb on the Web Paranormal Travel Agency apparently found a niche in booking for lovers strange things. Photograph is alleged ghost ship from the 800s, lost at sea, turned up a cruise several years later. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but fans love to tour it. Corporate competent is listed on the top left. Anyway. What do you got? Okay. Corporate composition photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites as businesses in San Diego. It seems it's been possible to hire them to take your professional quality photos for business. It appears to no longer exist. Company also mentions photography site with some IRC chat logs. Seems like the channel is the personal page of a member of an IRC photographer channel. These archives are archives of logs they've been saving since '93. One of them from '96, when Val, the former head photographer, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers were pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. We got a periodical. Asked about Iraq. Question was quickly shut down when the person running the Q&A who said Val does not wish to answer questions, but from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Please keep subject on the subject of commercial photography. Lebanese pound, lira, lower back pain, lead-based paint, low blood pressure. Louisiana Board of Pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula. Some businesses. I mean, I would have. Photography business, which is a good start. Fortunately, it seems like it in Ireland, and its owner's name is Nicholas. He goes by Nick Luxury. You doubt that's his real name. Lynch Building Plastics. Lexington Business Payroll. How did you think this would relate to your search exactly? There's nothing to do with the Roottrees here. Ah. I feel called out. Periodicals. Telephoto. Alrighty, spider search. Alright, Lincoln Baby seems a solid lead. Mentions a Val, an award-winning photographer, on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on its site is a picture of a baby, a camera captioned, Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. Guess he takes after his father, Val. It says copyright blah. Valerie Lincoln, realtor. Feature intent if you have been added to your evidence. Hello. Hello. Yeah, Lincoln, I hate. I hate trying to spell Lincoln. Telephoto is a photography magazine. In '92 issue focuses on photos of Val Lincoln, photographer who was overseas during Desert Storm. Won a Sepia Award for photojournalism, particularly the photo on the cover. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. He quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch in his free periods, spend more time in the dark rooms. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography, didn't have a passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his was going overseas to cover the war, decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane ticket, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time when the photo shoot and shot the photo that won him an award on the third night there. Photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women are not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed. She and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate, because that's the photo that won me an award and got me into your magazine and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Aww. That's actually super sweet. Alright, who did I fuck up?
Hey there, it's us. So, I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
What's up, buddy?
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up.
I'm doing this all in
They're
about
actually
3 hours.
begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
You son of a bitch. I didn't fill in her profession. Lisa Clementine. Okay. Fair enough, Mr. Duck is, according to a military website fan, an amputee lost a limb in Desert Storm support group for fellow veterans in New York. And makes an appearance listed as professor at West Point Military College. Teaches classes contributing to environmental engineering major. Her short biography on the staff page mentions she had passion for military from a young age due to erroneously believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. While she later learned that to be untrue, her passion remained on. She joined the ROTC in high school. From there, she enlisted. After returning from Desert Storm, she earned her degree and relocated. She is now a professor. Okay, very cool. We are... Night Owl. Are you playing Stompy Robots? Okay, I think I'm actually done with Mark Clementine. Because, yeah, I'm literally done with the entire Miracle family. This Dove donation was huge for me. I still need to investigate Workline Temp. Need to figure out how we can find Beth Knox. Also, where are we? Evidence, notes, Roottree everywhere. Now let's take a look at Roottreemania, France. One of the companies manufacture everywhere is a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process after the company was already formed. Leadership Roottree went through a very large change. Tristan Robert. Spider Search. As businessman who was at one time in negotiations to take over Roottree France. He is still alive and come across an interview unrelated to Roottree. Seems that other countries as you recognize the word Roottree in one of the questions. Hello, Galaxy. Thank you for following. Welcome to the WBPL. Hope you enjoy your time here. We are a bunch of mad lunatics. It seems the interviewer snuck the question in about his experience with the company in the 70s. Articles in French, and takes some time to translate section by section, mentioning this guy by his first name only, and tells you that he is quite ugly. Translation is follow guy. The president of Roottree was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no. I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money because of this deal. Not only because he was a terrible person, but he was a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the questions for a bit. The invader never returns to the subject of Roottree. There was an article, there was something vague I remember a while ago about guy coming back with a black eye or something. All right, what do you got here, buddy? Okay, fair enough. History. I think I've also investigated all of Roottree everywhere. I will exit out of Roottree everywhere. I will exit out of Roottree everywhere because I've done all of Roottree everywhere. Alright, Robin. Lang. You solved. Mo, that is... Grandorf. Hudson Wing was built in 82. It is a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus. Operates as a smaller independent school. Offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottree company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction. There's also a vague history section that you can fill in some details with other information you've seen about the school. Mentions the donation came at a time of insistence from an employee of Roottree at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, convinced Roottreemania management to invest in the school. She became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, since she added new afternoon classes on weekdays. Now, Grandorf School for the Deaf. It's located about an hour. Local news. Grandorf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances here and there in Butler County Times since '90. Not too many that you can't look at all of them. So after scrolling through a few pages, you managed to find some incredibly useful article. It isn't even focused on schools, how local students provide key evidence in scientific study. And the article from March of this year mentions that the Ford sisters, who attended school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins of the world who suffer from two genetic issues. One of them is asthma, and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, Miss Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers to identify if there were any sets of twins where one is born deaf and the other was not. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could be useful, and turns out they were. She says they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we'll call her that even though it's only by about 15 minutes, is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert. And even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School. Picture of the girls and add them to your evidence. Ford twins, nationwide study of allergies and diseases affect twins differently. Okay, so Melissa and Heather. Okay. This is the extrovert, this is the athlete. Is there life after high school? Nowadays, for small theater groups, including high school dramas. If you couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston is... Hold on. Ha 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 ha. Jeremy Johnston. Okay. If you couldn't tell by now, the game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson was in musical theater for all 4 years of high school. He's the game designer of this game. The kid inside. There's one song from it that was somewhat surpassed in popularity of the rest of the musical called The Kid Side. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manivall's version. If you heard it before, it's that the cover deals with entirely with the traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares about the formative years, which feels appropriately thematic for this game. I've always thought of it as somewhat ironic that they have high school theater clubs perform it, though. Anyway, the keyword in that Butler County Times article was local. Oh, they got me. Oh, they got me. I love it. Cast mentions name Heather Ford. youngest is allergic to peanuts. Okay. Okay, there we go. We are done with that, and I do believe we are also done with Guy. We are very much done with Guy. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very good. There's something I want to do. Go to the house. Family Doku. Christoph Rogan. Is Guy responsible for half of the board? Yes. Yes, he is. Like, surprisingly, over here, James has been a little eccentric, and his kids are a little eccentric. But I respect how much he and Diamond appear to love each other and support their kids, and unironically, I think I would love to see that Candy band. Chris seems to have started off as an asshole, but has definitely mellowed out, and I'm very glad that he's starting to take responsibility. I do feel bad for Nicole. I hope that these two have resolve their differences. I've basically just written off the entire Miracle line as assholes. But it looks like this Elias M guy and his family is doing good for themselves. Good, hardworking folks. Gwendolyn and I hate your husband. I really do. These guys seem eccentric if responsible and upstanding. These guys just seem to be doing whatever it is they're doing. Guy, you smug asshole. For all accounts and purposes, it seems like the Matson line is rather easygoing. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Bess. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I was going to do. Article about the... Ugh! Fucking goddamn brain blast. Gwyneth has a lisp. Eliath, please remember Tham. There is fucking... She mentions that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam says her son Ernie once asked, "Who's Beth?" Oh my god, I just had a fucking brain blast. It's not... Oh god. It's not Bess. It's not Beth Knox. That's the, It's not Beth Knox. It's not Beth Knox. Beth Knox is a red herring. It's Bess Williams. Oh, that's a leap. That's a leap right there. That's why they mentioned that Gwyneth has a lisp. And that's why, that's why in the company records, which I've got everything done. Secretary's Beth. Who's Beth? Who's Beth? Who's Beth? It's not Beth Knox. It's not Beth Knox. That's a red herring. That's a very good red herring. That's a very, very, very good red herring. And I wouldn't have gotten that if not for, the lisp. And then searching for, just putting together that Bess kind of sounds like Beth. Or Beth sounds like Bess. Flashbacks to the to Music Man with the kid, Amaryllis. Oh, that's a good leap. I think I'm actually gonna be done with the with this, because I think and now you're playing Persona, Night Owl, because I think it was supposed to give me that, and that was the Grandorf donation. I'm gonna keep it around. Add page. Elias and Bess. That's why Bess Williams has such a negative opinion of him. Seems to have ceased operations. We've already seen, but as I mentioned earlier, a headline constructing a better world. Frank Wildcat Williams. As a construction worker returned to hero, won a Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice carrying fellow soldiers' safety under heavy Nazi fire. He and his wife, Ophelia, are carrying their fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Constructions, Frank's company, focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handed outreach to wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into her husband's needs and conditions. She has, through her outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unending and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. This has become a bit of a sore point for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. It is uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now we're rooting for them. Is listed on a few different military websites. He was awarded a Navy Cross in World War II. So it goes, even after being struck in the arm with a bullet, managed to carry fellow soldiers through enemy territory on his shoulders for over 2 miles. He died in '96 at age 74 in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. His obituary on the website of a local news channel was written by his surviving family, also sheds lights on some of his personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was young. Okay. He could barely remember his mother and no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans, did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was born a joker with a shining light those veterans who needed it most. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Photo is attached Franklin in his youth juggling hammers in front of his construction sites, as he was often known to do, according to the art. He was survived by Ophelia, as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. That's actually, like, quite difficult to do. So, I suspect that this is Bess. Look at that face, though. Look at that face. Click, click, click. Also locked in the following, Boo Ya. Oh. Why is this already filled in? That's not good. That is not good indeed. I want to take a look at something. Family Doku. How do I get to the Family Doku? Ah, okay. You look at the official, there's a post up on the computer version. We launched the family version of Doku at home. A lot of fans are excited about the initial. When we launched the full version, even though we doubled the number of puzzles, many of you are upset by the length of the game, despite being only $20. We'd like to... Okay. Ha 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 ha! Logic puzzles on your home computer sounds interesting. Welcome to Family Doku at Home. Now you too can play the addicting puzzle taking the world by storm. You must use logic to place all of the names in their correct spots in the family tree. Every puzzle has only one correct solution, and the following rules will dictate who goes where. Rectangles denote descendants, blood relatives, ovals denote spouses. Married into the family, both men and women can be spouses. All marriages are between a man and woman unless marked with a rainbow. Children's last names are always inherited from their father, even if their father is a spouse. Siblings are named in alphabetical order by first name from left to right. First names, siblings in alphabetical order. Family must, with the same first name, must follow special generational rules. If men, it must be father-son, grandfather-grandson. If woman, it must be mother, daughter, grandmother, granddaughter. All right. So rectangles are descent and okay. Corbin. Poe. Okay, so Poe because everyone else has a Poe name. And then there's no way to differentiate these. Okay. Oh, there is. Siblings are in alphabetical order. Okay, Susan Umber. Sweeney. Okay, no. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Apple is up here. Look, shush. So these are Sweeneys. These three are the Sweeneys. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S. L, M, N, O. So, Apple. So, Earl. Sam. No. Gertrude. No. Okay, and Carrie. Yes. Okay, boom, boom, boom. And now the Sweeneys. You marry into the Sweeneys. LM, N, O, Q, R, S. How is that wrong? Oh, because... How is this wrong? Son of a bitch. If a father and son share the first and the first and last name, Junior continues with 2, 3. Okay. Nicholson is not the family name. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, fun. Hyphenated last names are after the name of both parents. The father's name, last name first. L M boom. Popper. Mark, Mark. Okay. Chris Baxter. Okay. Angie Q. C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. There we go. Owls. Oh, Jesus Christ. Father, son share the first last name. Junior, Junior, Junior. Wally Hoot. Alright, so we got some Owl Monroes. Got 1 and 2. Got 1, 2, and 3. Owl Monroe. Claudia Monroe. Wally Hoot Jr. So that has to be that. And Mandy Hoot. Margaret Vaughn, Laura Twain, Margaret Owl. Woof! This is actually quite complicated. This is logic in its worst form. Yay, there we go. Roberts Ash. First part of the last name. Only the first part of the last name. LMNOPQRS. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Okay. We're getting clever at this. Hyphenated, hyphenated. What is the hyphen? Hamilton Horn. Morty, Morty. Morty. Morty, Morty. Okay. It's the alphabetical thing that's throwing me for a slight loop. Eve Earl. Okay. Excuse me. Hey, that was a little bit easier. We adopted, lovely. Okay. LMN. Okay, so we've got two Carltons. Got 1, 2, 3, 4 Chungs. 1, 2, 3. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pews. Okay. I'm lost. Okay. Rectangle above, not the spouse. Okay, that's better. That's better. Okay. Hey, okay. I got that. A little complicated. Alrighty. Well, this is fun. Peter, 1, 2, 3. So I got some sprouts. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sprouts. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Do I have one more sprout? Yes, I do. Oh, no, I had it. There we go. Okay. So we are in the clow. Here's Sally. Okay, so we're in Chris Clow. Sally. I suspect. Jane. Hello. So we need a Clow. Nope. Why alphabetical order? Okay. Leads. Tom leads. Okay. Name in alphabetical order. LMNOPQRS. But I don't have a Clow for up here then. God damn. Jesus Christ. Alright, last one already. We got hyphens and threes. No. Adoption. Son of a bitch. Okay. Antonelli, Lavine, Pepper, Unger. The adopted name. Obvious then, from the rectangle above, not the spouse. So where the fuck is Unger? Yes, yes. The Oberdin is a very, very good game that I wish I could play again for the first time. Interesting, okay. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, it's why I absolutely love that game so much. It's such a good game. the fuck is even going on here? No, I did not stream the Oberdin. Unfortunately. Yay. Haha. There we go. Let's see. So I've done all of that. And what other things do I need? Apparently. If I can, nope. Is it a spider search? There is an achievement to do this. Seinfeld. Okay, I was just misspelling it. Give me a second. All right. So we've got a good spot for this. I'm very tired. I'm very tired, and give me a second. Bio break. Alright, so I may see if I can't, you know what? We're this close. Ducky! Yes, Frank's kids. Barbara and Sharon, yes. Hold on. Hey, JC. How's it going? Let's go to the periodicals. All right. Spider... Barb? Not Barbara. Okay. Motivational speaker shows website that explains her services she offers. Companies listed as Coconut Grove. Flyer has been added. Overcoming adversity with Barb Wilson. Her stories will surprise you, uplift you, and energize you. Greta. Lesson take away with it. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, even school assignments. You can customize your message for any audience. Okay. Okay, fine. Vic Ellsworth, a lesson that anyone can take something away with. Vic Elmsworth. Let's just search. Too common a name. Isabel Crosby. Vic Elmsworth. According to his own personal page, is apparently one of 3 brothers. All of them are contributors to the newspaper of the Kickawa Falls Gazette. A small town newspaper as a conceptual arts. Said a man named Chris Elmsworth has invented a small town newspaper as a conceptual art piece. Kickawa Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurants, shows, and other tourist attractions all across America. It is presented as a monthly newspaper of small town America. What makes Kickawa Falls Gazette a bit strange is that amongst the articles relating to real locations are occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, on the homepage right now is an article named "Mermaid Strike Back Against Lobster Farms," that using very dry language details the idea that mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. There are no punchlines, and the articles are not marked any differently from the rest. Fortunately, each issue of the paper is presented on the homepage. There are no archived older issues. Let's focus more on the Chris Elmsworth. Vic Elmsworth. 3 brothers. Along his articles he's written for his site include a long-form version of the review of Barb's motivational show from '97. According to Victor, he had seen Barb talk more than once on this particular occasion. Bob was at a very large church. It was very clear he was an expert in matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd. Because she received a standing ovation, Barb stated the story about loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who had been hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as darkness to their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep to the space where that light once was. Because the light could never return exactly how it was, says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. Her conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is one of the most important things we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story and how she personally began to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law, and the Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. It, the charity, was the light that began to fill the void, and she was doing everything she could to help nourish it. Or LAA, is a charity focused on bike lanes to major cities. The pages and pages of news articles around lanes across America have similar summer. Lanes Across Miami, probably, was founded in '87 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each lane, Lanes Across America, has grown. There were 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. Picture of Drew. Photo has been added to your evidence. So her son-in-law. This is Barb. Military, I see, okay. Would you call this a preacher? No. This is Andrew. No, it's not. The biker who died was her son-in-law. These two married and had... Bye!
See you, Phil.
Bye. Okay. Search in what? LAM. Ha ha ha. Lamb was founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Barb and Sharon. Okay. Ah, so she lied. Alright, Lamb was founded and became LAA, founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 92 and the current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles on a crop version of this wedding photo from the LAA website seems that Sharon left Lamb, began to crop her and the rest of the wedding party out of the photo, focused solely on Drew, who is the face of the charity. Full photo has been added. According to the Flyers, possession of the morning news anchor has no online presence. You do, however, find a giant list of television call signs next to the city Springfield, Effingham County. You may need to specific city or state to see if any locals have discussed news in that area. Yeah. Website has different channels available there. The list seems to feature broadcasts of female news anchors. Also ranked the 3 categories. None are relevant to journalism. Oh, God. Channel 12. Used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it was way easier than you expect to find that. She has a website for accomplishments. She was apparently at the MC for an all-female speaking tour. The tour is called Storytellers, Mothers and Daughters of Earth. It seems these stories compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories by Aaliyah. Anthology of stories and a few different storytellers. Sisterhood contains direct transcripts of the most well-received stories on stage. Editor, not the sole author. One of the stories, Barb Williams, has been added. Beauty and the Brat. Barb has a transcript of stories she told on stage, published in a book. The first part of the story discusses two 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat, always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home, only to sneak back the next day. Like nothing ever changed. My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, was intensively artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. You need to tell the story of the two girls. Shifts in narrative. What's the difference between Sherry, the brat, and Sharon, the barb? Is it nature, nurture, better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There's no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Barb reveals that her daughter was a result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town, went to a good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale, but there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me, said he could actually come to see me soon. He planned to return, visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again. When I finally got desperate enough to ask a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over, but my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Oh! Barb used the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was a brat, and I wasn't wrong, but she ran away from home to work at an animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize that beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth. I'd like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. Fun. Okay, that's why guardian adoption. Okay, that's how this entire thing came around. Public speaker. That's why it's son-in-law. Okay, what you got now? Yeah, Sherry's hair. In Orlando, business owner of the business is listed as Sherry Erchemeski. It's a large van, and on weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, or even Rachel to your door. The About Sherry page is very, very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. You get the sense as if she were to do your hair, she'd do a lot of talking. Mentions that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. She and he were never any significant time together until she became a widow and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond her ability to run it. He also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His that he's the oldest and he's a straight A student. Oldest, Tony. Mark, on the other hand, multiple baseball accomplishments. Cricket, York is near the end. Actress. Local television show called the Liberty Library. The reason Sherry located from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come do your due, stylist for the show. Passage also mentions that her agent recommended they change her last name to York, since it's easier to pronounce. The rest of the section describes how she got the part, but seems unimportant to your search. Tony. Anthony Smith. Okay. Liberty Library is a children's show filmed in Orlando. It's been on the air since '91. Multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Liberty. Unlike the other popular shows involving non-human performers, this wasn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations from businesses related to education. This includes textbooks manufactured by Corithmetic, tutoring companies such as Edu, Blah, and a few well-known publishers of picture books. A corporate kids show. What could go wrong? But you find it's syndicated in a few markets across the United States and New Hampshire for some reason. Like most other children's entertainment, those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor because the show has documented a few fan sites. A little bit. There's even a Library Library web ring. It only has 3 links. You click through the sites at the ring, you find that Cricket York joined the cast at 95, at 97 at the age of 5, and is listed as current cast member. Picture of the cricket is added from one of her first episodes, has been added to your evidence. Wow. Wow, she is all teeth. Pete. Okay, we are close. Some primitive news program, primetime news, the 4th edition books from the 5th edition books, claim that the 2 editions are remarkably similar, is charging almost double for the new edition. News program announced that between the 2 books there were only 16 total changes. Most notable was that the cover was changed from a picture of a water droplet creating concentric rings on a lake to a close-up of a feather. The other 15 instances were all changing from 4th to 5th. This even led to a geometry problem where the book asks students to calculate the 5th side of a rectangle. Nobody says it seems related. Oh god, oh god, absolutely crying in high school and college textbooks. As a tutoring service, they deal with Library Library, it features some of the actors. According to the site, they actually provide tutoring for all of the actors and actresses. This includes Cricket York, who is seen in the photo labeled Cricket and her brothers ready to learn from one of the talented act tutors. Don't find much else about EduC 8 to you. Educate to you. There seems to be a small subsection in the Library Library who are deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear in the credits on each episode. One writes, I was terrified of the little girl in the Educate logo. Looked like some sort of demon doll, and I'd race to the TV every day to switch the dial before her creepy laugh came on. Oh my god, that is a creepy fucking logo. What did I mess up? Oh, yeah, okay. That's what I messed up. So she is an actor. Hello.
Hi again.
You guys look
I know you
awfully
probably thought you were
2D.
done.
You guys look very 2D.
But it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions in the family tree.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's. Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottrees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will
Oh
keep
my
a closer eye on
God.
the DNA tests from now on.
Get hatted
You have an
blue.
eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Roottree,
Or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottrees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Okay. After putting together the new Roottree, Sam Spirit, Conan Clark, Mr. the company's lawyer, has been caught throwing away DNA samples from Bonnie Hudson and to test new potential Rootrees. Doesn't sit right between you with Sam and ask for your help. They're hoping you can identify evidence you could verify which people in the dotted boxes are almost certainly legitimate Rootrees, very unlikely, and some of which are too ambiguous to make a decision one way or another. Additionally, with the suspicion on Ruby Spratt, it's possible that some of her behaviors in the past have been cast into doubt. A new section of the tree is ready to be filled in. Ah-ha-ha. Okay. Fun. Fun, fun, fun. You are almost most definitely not. You are This is honestly too ambiguous. I need to find more evidence. Okay, so we can dig into Ruby, but I know that you are a blood relative. These could be ambiguous. But I know that you are not, but you are, given that she given that you did some things. All right. We will conclude this next time on Dragon Ball Z. Because I'm hungry, I'm tired, I'm actually a little bit sick, and I need to go take some medicine. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. I hope you all enjoyed this episode of The Roottrees Are Dead. Next week, we will finalize the tree, and I will figure out everything. You are most definitely a blood relative, though. Fairly certain. We'll figure it out. You two most definitely are blood relatives. You, maybe. You, it's very ambiguous. You are very ambiguous. Okay, so that's what that does. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Bye. Have a great night. Hail Cargonia!
Hold on. Land of stolen things, obey the quartermaster, unless he's a ling. Miners don't die today. Cargo techs push freight. Our enemies in disarray. All hail Cargonia.
Still a lot of get back to work.